Bruh. Howdy. Why does it always do this? Where the fuck am I? I am alive. Hi. Hello. Your boy is alive. I'm yawning. Good morning, chat. Good evening, chat. It's evening, chat. It's 7 p.m. I woke up at 4 a.m. And then I passed out at like 5 a.m. So I'm having a grand old time. I woke up at 6:50. I set an alarm. Tee-hee-hee, I came prepared. I know last stream we were having audio issues. My noise suppression was not fully working. I did not really get a chance to check to see if it was fixed this time, so if there's still audio issues, I apologize. Although looking at OBS, it does look like there might still be audio issues. But this time, hopefully I will at least remember to unmute the game, thus making the audio issues a bit more bearable. So it's been a minute. I still kind of want to make yo, damn. Oh, it's the game. Yo, hold on. Why is your hand so veiny? God damn. El Pablo. That's crazy that they just put white Araya Shiki right there. That's insane. That's wild. That's fucked up what they be doing to you, Araya. They'd be spoiling that you exist like that? That's crazy. I mean, to anyone who's not at this point, it's not gonna be they're not gonna fucking know. Whoa, computer. What's going on? Why are we lagging? Thank you. It's not really gonna be a spoiler to anyone who's, not really caught up. I don't even know if I'm gonna end up fucking doing the Canto 9 review because I still can't really consolidate exactly what I think. But I just want to get my general thoughts out before I start this intervallo, just to kind of lay the groundwork of what I'm expecting here. I think that Canto 9 was extremely shallow. I think splitting the sinners... Well, why am I getting a warning? I'm going to ignore that. I think splitting up the sinners was the worst decision they could have made, because Ryoshu does not get to interact with like half the nurse fathers. We just see flashbacks of Ryoshu's, but we don't get to see her actually confronting many of the things in those flashbacks. We also just don't get to see her confronting half the nurse fathers. She confronts Dihui Star, where she vents her frustrations with her mother, but it's actually Araya. And she confronts Rian, where it's pretty much just like a back and forth, you suck, that's okay daughter, I still love you, I think. Uh-oh, wait, ChatGPT says I don't love you, never mind. And on that topic, I think Rian is still a very poorly written character. I know a lot of people glaze him, say that he's the best thing ever. I think he has his good moments. I think making him a facsimile of Roland is interesting. It has its upsides. Because again, I know, despite not having played Ruina, I know that Roland does have a lot going on with his loved ones perishing. A lot of you know, he has moments of feeling powerless in his story, and I guess this will be the same thing with Rian. But I don't think having Rien act as a Roland facsimile was the best way to go about things. I think there were better ways they could have written Rien, and I think that Rien would have been a much stronger character if he was unique and something on his own, as opposed to... Guys, do you get the reference? I also think that Kanto 9, a majority of it could have just been avoided if Ryoshu had ever vocalized that she wanted to save Araya. And additionally, I think that Kanto 9 could have been entirely avoided if she just took Araya with her. Or if she finished the job that she started that night. If she followed through on killing the nurse fathers. If she had... There were so many things that Ryoshu could have done to avoid the events of Kanto 9. There were so many things Ryoshu could have done to guarantee herself a much better life and outcome than getting tossed in with LCB. Why'd she not take Araya with her? Why'd she not kill the nurse fathers? After incapacitating the nurse fathers, why'd she not go back for Araya? Why did she never say she was there to save Araya still? I guess, like, why did she keep Araya being alive a secret? Why did she, like... There are so many, like, whys. There are so many things that could have so easily been avoided, changed, that... I can't buy into the emotional crux of that narrative that Araya and Ryoshu were so cruelly separated, were so cruelly treated, were so cruelly bound by fate, because they could have left that fate at any time. Ryoshu seems to be able to come and go as she pleases. So, I can't really buy into that everything that they're trying to sell me in Kanto 9 regarding the mom and the child, I cannot buy into. I can't believe it. There's another big one I wanted to hit real quick. Fuck, what was it? There's something about Araya. Oh yeah. They make it very, very clear throughout the events of Kanto 9 that Ryoshu still remembers Araya. That Ryoshu is explicitly fighting for Araya to like, this may be that moment where she was like, oh, I have my powerful enough, I have my manpower here. Like, she's very clearly wanting to get her daughter back. And yet she still tries to keep up that facade. We know that she remembers what Araya looks like. And I know that Araya has, like, changed since she left. But if, like, 90% of Limbus players, including my sleep-deprived self when I had gotten to that point, were able to realize that Araya was Araya the moment she changed into that suit, like, how did at no point Ryoshu realize it was Araya? And if it was Araya, and if Araya was so dead set on receiving her mother's affection again, why did she not say something? At no point did she, like, ever try to make an effort to, like, get through to Ryoshu. She just kept, like, vague posting. She just kept being cryptic. And it's like, no, fucking say something. Say literally anything that implies you're trying to, like, get her attention, that, like, you want her attention, that, like, stop acting literally exactly how Shiomi acted. Like, I can't buy into any of the emotional crux of Kanto 9 because everyone's a fucking idiot. It's one of those stories where everything is based on a misunderstanding that could so easily be avoided, but not in like a tragic sense, in the sense of you're all fucking stupid because none of you are gonna say anything. Because none of you are gonna do anything to fix this very easily fixed problem. Like, I can't, bro. And that's not to say there's nothing like good in Canto 9. I do think that those emotional moments are very emotional, knowing what they're trying to do, but when you factor in everything, it's like, okay, oh, whatever. And what was their fucking plan anyway, the House of Spiders? To have Ryoshu just swinging that sword around for eternity in this, like, in a flaming, like, what was the end goal? I still don't get it. I don't know. Holy shit, wait, there's a Labubu on that paper. I saw that. There she is. So they have a picture of Araya? Can't they just show that to Ryoshu and be like, you daughter? And then she'll be like, oh yeah. Like, okay, I want more details on, I want to get into it, because I want to finish this and then go back to sleep. I want details on how Ryoshu remembers Araya, like how much she remembers. I want more details on why she couldn't just take Araya. I want more details on what exactly the House of Spiders is trying to achieve. And I want more details on the Araya Shiki itself. It seems like she does unsheath that at some point again during this intervallo, just based on the dialogue in the teaser. But at the same time, she's like, I can't unsheath it. So like, what is going on there? I just like 6-7, but you can't see it. Speaking of 6-7, I'm going to transition to the game overlay. So let's just get started. Also, for once, I am going to be going into something with modern stuff. Dude, it's bleed season again. It's bleed and sinking. It's blinking season. So I have given my bleed team a bit of a refresh. Most of the main fuckers are gone. And in return, the big fucker is back. Fraud Sang is back. He's still kind of being fraudulent because he only really exists to make the real big hitter hit big. I know everyone's dooming on Blood Fiends. Blood Fiends bad, Blood Fiends bad, get Blood Fiends out, Blood Fiends dead in a ditch. But I came to this divine realization that Limbus Company is easy as fuck, and you can just run off meta. I was like, I don't want to take Manager Dawn off the bleed team because Dawn is my favorite. Manager Dawn is still my favorite ID. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I could just keep her on the team. So I've been trying to run, what is it? The ring members, Manager Dawn, KK-ish. And I still have N-Corp Ryoshu, but I low-key, I might kick either N-Corp Ryoshu or KK-ish off the team. I don't know which one yet. I have to see how much bleed this team can apply currently before I could kick one of them off for Merceau. Ring Merceau once I get him. Oi! And keeping with tradition, I didn't really read these new units kits too thoroughly. So I'm sure we're gonna misplay like crazy. I hope that there's no insanely difficult bosses here because I don't want to read, bro. I'm so tired. I'm so sleepy eepy, bro. I'm the big eeper. I'm the big snoozer. So I need 1,000 for dog Merceau. Guys, this Merceau is actually a reference to a Twisted Wolf from the FNAF book series. Kim Ji-hoon is actually a massive fan of the Five Nights at Freddy's book series. He decided to make the Ring Favists Society based on Five Freddy Nights, the book series. He only likes the books and has not played the games. So he does bleed, we count sinking. Oh. Nice lag spike. Oh, it's still happening? It's still happening? Why is this happening? Steam, you're not downloading something, are you? No. Why is this happening? Marcel has too much aura. We need to get him off the screen. We need to get rid of him. Oh. It was literally just Marcel. See, I can't read the units even if I wanted to, bro. I literally can't. Let me check my... YouTube says we have a very low bit rate. What is happening? What is happening? What the... What is happening to my computer? Hold on. Windows module installer is devouring my disk space. Hey, stop. End task. Don't do that again. God, don't you just love Windows? Don't you just love Windows 11? God, I love it how like any minor thing happening just makes your entire PC like go on life support. It's like when your bedridden grandpa starts coughing and you just kind of tense up for a little bit. Anyone? Just me? Anyway, I can look at Marceau now. That's crazy. More damage from negative effects, coin power, 5% damage for every, does not have roll, bro, flash power. Get 10% or never effect on target, 5 plus multicolor, use 3 coin additional time, convert all points on Bragabolo. Randomly effect multicolor on target divided by 3. Leave sync potency, blah, 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 blah. Does he not only inflict like one Maul's color? Le Favis may mask the chin. There's something that's passives. Oh yeah. He does inflict Maul's color. Imperfections addressed. Yeah, it's another little combo unit. I've kind of stopped liking their little combo units that they do. I think that they kind of hamper down team building because it really just kind of encourages and forces you to... It doesn't force you, but it encourages you to run very specific units together, and I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, I want to see Gregor. Show me Gregor. Funeral? Don't care. Show me Gregor. Oh god, my allergies been acting up and I'm so fucking tired. I gotta lock it and read. Hold on, let me get a sip of my bev real quick. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the Sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the Sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Marceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all matters of questions for pointers. It's almost like he killed his own mother or something. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? I'm Otis, I can't speak. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. Manual? I even underlined all the important parts for you. They have funeral manuals in the city? Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Guys, meet when new Limbus unit reveal. Like if you agree. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speaks of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ophi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... Heathcliff! It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Are they finally going to, like... People have been arguing on Twitter non-stop about, no, Kathy's erasure was like this, but Araya's erasure was like this. And I think everyone that tries to answer that question is fucking wrong, because no one understands how it works, because we never had it properly explained. The only thing we've had, quote-unquote, explained is that Catherine has been, like, wiped out of existence fully. Araya, we got, like, one line of dialogue from Faust, where other people remember her, but Ryoshu probably doesn't, even though she does, because she mentions Araya by name in her new Eagle line. So everyone that tried to theorize about, oh, Araya's erasure was like this, which is different from Catherine's erasure, wrong! You're all wrong! We're about to have it explained. God, Cancel 9 was so dog shit that people had to make these reaches and... Can you tell I'm tired? Oh, poor baby. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? Ooh. She knows Araya's name, but not who Araya is. Then why does she care about Araya? Why does she want to overcome searing hellfire to reality's extinction if she doesn't know who the fuck she's doing that for? Like, why? It has to be the Golden Bow's influence somewhere along the way. Everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights have become warped. The sinners seem to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by her mom. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Don Quixote literally just questioned it. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Dante busting down Heathcliff's door. Hey, do you still remember your dead lover? Just checking, just making sure, bro. Because if there's something that he and I had realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. You have to remember that's her ego, so she's saying that based on how she feels. She doesn't know who Araya is, even though she has great care for her. So she remembers that Araya is someone special, or doesn't remember why Araya is special. And yet she's still willing to overcome searing hellfire to reality's extinction for this person she doesn't know. Cool. I guess. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will... Sigh. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Yeah, because you just die. That's just how it is in the city, bro. That's just how it is. Oh, Hohenheim, I love you. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone had died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Scarlet rot? Oh my god. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that they would lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. That they wouldn't lose the burial room. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. That's not a real word, he made it up. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on to. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. She does not look like she's in recovery, she looks like she's just fine. So I suppose he'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in
His what?
the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy, and that's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. But you have no idea. We had to get balls to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They want to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. I mean, they're probably the most fit to do it, considering they already deal in alternate possibilities. And Green Sinclair said that, you know, he's just kind of one of many possibilities. Fuck it, give him to the LCA. Had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us. The least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. I mean, you could take Sinclair. He's not good for bleeding. I don't really care. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Oh, wait! I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me! Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair. He sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You not going with him? Well, it's back to the long-term recovery award for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. With the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realize that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't get more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him really, away. Alright, you should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Oh my god. Ishmael went like 10 minutes without making a fish joke. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The centers panned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Sorry, was that annoying? I won't do it again. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. I like to imagine Faust just like staring at a wall, getting yelled at by the Gesso shaft. Is she accessing the Gesso shaft? Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Logging in. Beep, boop, boop, boop. I'm in. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. Me? Wakoa, says Cha. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. See, that's my other issue with Kanto 9. Ryoshu didn't, develop in any meaningful way. I had really figured she was going to, stop smoking and start using proper acronyms like she did at the very end of the canto, but that lasted for literally a single text box, and she had a C in her mouth again. Whatever. Okay, I'm still not over, how did Ryoshu and Araya not say anything to each other before Ryoshu fucking kebabbed her daughter? I don't even remember, did they ever acknowledge her not smoking? Aside from, Dante and the Sinners, of course, I think they mentioned it. But did Araya ever mention Ryoshu not smoking? Because that could have been, the perfect opportunity to be yeah, I stopped because you-know-who might be around. And then you-know-who could have been but I'm you-know-who! And then they could have, hugged and made up or some shit. And then Dante would have said, gee, guys, I guess this really was the unsevering. And they could have, gone to Rien and hit Rien with the big motherly love blast or some shit. Whatever, bro. Cancel 10 better be good. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Wait, I didn't even read what he said. I will admit a certain novelty when the construction of Cool, I read what he said now. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote at her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to train with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? I... For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you to a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knights would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to sitter number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. And this is another thing that I thought they would touch on. I think a few times throughout the story, it has been implied that Ryoshu's abbreviations make no sense to anyone except for Sinclair. In fact, I think it's more than implied. I think it's outright stated every fucking time that Sinclair has to translate for her. There is a clear gap between Ryoshu and other people. Barring the obvious language barrier, her upbringing has made it almost impossible for her to form any sort of meaningful connections. Why does the blue one look like a depressed Joker J persona? He's way cooler than Joker. Do not insult my goat like that. Hi, Smeef. Hi. Hi, Smeef. Hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's like a clear barrier between Ryoshu and everyone else. How do they not touch on that isolation? How do they not talk about Ryoshu being so separated, being so distant from other people? How is that just not a point? How is that just not something that was touched on? And worse yet, how dare they split up Ryoshu and Sinclair? The only person she has a meaningful fucking connection with, and they put her with John Fridge and Queen of Glaze. Neither of whom give a shit about her, and neither of whom are gonna make any sort of meaningful connection with her. Canto 5, we had Heathcliff tearing the politification off of Ishmael. They had that moment together. Canto 6, we had everyone coming to beat the shit out of Heathcliff. We had everyone sympathizing with Heathcliff's pain. Canto 7, we had the whole, remember Sancho, we are Limbus Company scene. Canto 8, did Canto 8 have anything? I don't remember. But Canto 8 was also distinctly about Honglu and his family, and I don't think anyone could have really helped him out with that anyway. Like, it was so obvious they were going to split the sinners up, have Sinclair with Ryoshu. Why did they not do that? I'm just so angry. Because they also could have dove into, like, wait a minute, is Ryoshu's, like, weird little attachment with Sinclair kind of like a replacement for her daughter? Is she, like... We were fighting Mima, we had Seo Honglu, hey man, you could be... No! He came to that realization on his own. That was the whole point of that fight. That was Honglu finally coming to his own conclusions, coming to his own emotional developments. No one told him, Honglu, you can be sad. Honglu, you can be angry. Honglu, you can be happy in that fight. In the Lei Hang fight, there was kind of some development. I think Dante said something to Honglu. Dante was kind of encouraging him to try to kind of give his own thoughts and feelings in that fight. But when it came to Mima, I don't think Dante did anything. I don't think Dante even had to push him. At that point, he was just kind of experiencing emotion for the first time. Dante said she's doing this because she finds it funny. I don't know if it's just because she finds it funny. I think that she thinks that she's actually comprehensive. No, we know why she's doing it. She's doing it because of Araya. It was her fucked up version of trying to copy Araya and connect with Araya. But whatever, man. I don't like Canto 9. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. Hi, Faust. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow had become sufficiently unbearable. Dante did have to push him. Hold on, check DMs when I find the screenshot. Okay. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. The back rooms? I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Center Force familiarity does not bear repeating. So, okay. I know that they had mentioned this in Canto 9, but was Dante literally, like, Bluetoothing into every fight? That's kind of crazy if true. Because Dante had to command, like, 5 separate fights against, like, top dogs, like, big head honchos. Dante upscale? I fucking hate the Malkuth Durante, by the way. That's my biggest bone to pick with Canto 9. Because one of the most interesting things about Dante, I feel... God, we're 45 minutes in only on the first node. One of the most interesting things about Dante, I feel, that separates them from other gacha protagonists, aside from, like, you know, being an actual character, Dante is fucking useless in combat, and yet is constantly in the danger. And not in the danger in the sense that every other gacha game does, where it's like, oh, you're right there with the units, and, what do you call it? You're right there with the units, but you're just off screen, but they always say that you're right there. Like, no, Dante is in the fucking shit. Dante is right there. Dante almost died against Ricardo. Dante got jumped in Nocturnal Sweeping. Dante is there. Dante is a very valuable asset in person. And we even saw in the teaser animation that sometimes Dante fights. The little, not teaser, the anniversary animation. So when Dante gets split up from the Sinners, that is a very, very big deal. Because if Dante goes down, LIMBUS Company ends service. So, trying to send. Oh yeah, check in a sec. So giving Dante the ability to just summon the Sinners is so fucking dumb for their character, I think. I think it is so stupid that Dante could just literally, like, with this treasure, I summon 12 fucking bastards. Why can they do that? I know that the Malkuth ability is imperfect right now. I know that it's broken right now, that they cannot properly use it right now. But they can still do it, and that makes me angry because I'm a fat chud. Alright, let's see what Swole DM'd me. Honglu, do you believe so? But it slipped away from you so long ago, and this place is too vast to find anything once lost. Dante, that's not true. I'm sure you'll find it again as long as you put your mind to it, as long as your heart is truly in it. These moments in time, they're what I use to fill the void my memories left behind. Honglu, how can you and everyone bring yourself to care about anything knowing it always has an end? One end, this is Dante again, or at least what we thought would be the end, was always just the starting line for something new. Each finish line was just another arbitrary mark, another step in our journey, right? And those little steps, that keep us going. Those little steps that keep us going. And hey, Honglu, you're not stagnating, you're changing too. Dante GPTS line. Oh, and Honglu, it's not stagnation, it's change, and it's normal. See, but again, they still don't outright say, like, okay, you can be angry, you can be happy, like, you should be upset about what Grandmama did to you. But it's still just a push in the right direction. Honglu still had to tackle with and develop his own conclusions. Ishmael stays to service Sinclair ship, the manager must not be viewing over here. Yeah, I guess Dante was on a different camera. 5 Nights at Dante's. We're reading the 12 Bastards are not really that high tier. If GLQ was trying, Dante could have died easily. I get that, but it's still something. Before even, like, Dante being separated from the Sinners and encountering some random tri-axe office goon could have been, like, the end of the world for LCB. And now Dante can encounter tri-office axe goon and just, like, summon Zwei Sinclair and at least have a meat shield, you know what I mean? Being able to summon literally anyone is still a big deal. It doesn't matter if they're high tier or low tier, at the end of the day, at least they have cannon fodder. Like, I think Malkuth ability is really stupid. And it's not even, like, a thing yet. You need to power up, otherwise Dante is too much of a liability. But that's what makes them interesting! The fact that they are a liability! That's what I'm saying! It's cool that they're a liability. I think that it's good that they're a liability. Because it gives them a clear, definite weakness. That's a cool thing! That Dante is the president! We gotta protect the president! I think that's way cooler than Dante being able to just like, okay, go my goons. I think that's way more interesting from a writing perspective. Because Nocturnal Sweeping, when the Kazan started melting and we only had like half the party, that's like an oh shit moment. But then if Dante could have just like summoned the whole team to their side, then that moment, it doesn't matter anymore. Like... And again, I know it's imperfect, I know that they cannot maintain it, I know that it's not, they can't do it like perfectly, that it's not too reliable right now, but just the mere fact that they will be able to do that later, that irks me. That's what I don't like. Do we need to go to the House of Spiders right away? Hosra. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Oh wait, he was asking Faust for help? Ooh! They're gonna be big smooching later. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Lucio. He has regained consciousness. Guys, Lucio's back. Oh my god. Survivor. I haven't watched that TV show. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber, though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place is nuts! Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of his midsection in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Lucio was still sitting on the bed. No, he's standing on the bed, so he's that guy. Center of the room, kicking his feet as he regarded us. God, that's weird. Why did they put Kira's spray here? This should be Lucio. One to piss but goat is back. I like Kira. I think Kira is very funny. For someone recovering from bisection, she doesn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center shared vision. Big scar. Is her nameplate different? I don't remember it being this color. I also didn't look too hard at it, so I could be wrong. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? We managed to receive one 3-star ID. I just heard some weird, like, screech outside my house. Oh god. The demon is here for me. It hasn't begun yet, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. Talk about low-budget hotel rooms. I'm out of here. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I heard it. What is happening outside my house? don't even want to look. What if it's Freddy Fazbear? You know, they deliver those animatronics to houses. You played the mobile game, right? You know the FNAF lore, right? I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. You calculated that Matthias was gonna blow her to bits? The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor, and the outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. A dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, after I killed a bazillion a year, guys. Did you, though? Oh, you did. Yeah, you were in the LCE raid. So you anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person? That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You shouldn't consider yourself fortunate. You should consider yourself fortunate. Fuck! Well, the heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. Lock her in the abno torture chamber, bro. Lock her in Central Command and breach every abnormality. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Make her fight Apocalypse Bird solo. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so... yeah. You're so... oh my god, did I not hit high notes? Wait. Oh my god, allergies are ravaging my system. Oh my god. Wait, give me a second. Oh, 1,000 plagues unto me and my kin. Oh, you're so friggin' annoying. You know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Oh my god. Allergies really are killing me. And I've got like... something just like... I don't know what the fuck just happened. I feel like a blockage in the back of my throat, bro. I'm about to die. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. Yep. He's gone. He's still fucked up about his husband dying. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. Oh my god, I gotta blow my nose. Do you ever, like, blow your nose, but then somehow, like, I guess the airway to your nose gets closed off, and then you just, like, feel the air, like, tearing against, like, the back of your throat going towards your mouth? Anyone else, or is that just me? Am I just hashtag broken? His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Puff. I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshishide! You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. It's aimed for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family. Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. That fucker! He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. I think Ryoshi was the perfect example of how you make a swearing character whose swears are still really funny. Because, like, no one in this game says fuck. Fuck is only reserved for, like, a few extreme emotional outbursts. People will say shit, damn, crap, whatever. But no one says fuck unless they're, like, crashing out. And Ryoshi just casually, yeah, that fucker. He fucked up badly. I fucking hate him. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut, too. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryoshi, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. You're taking too long? If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I could shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshishide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides. No, I better hear from her instead. Hey, tell me when Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. See, this is what I wanted more of in Canto 9. I wanted more of Ryoshu's acknowledgement of every nurse father, instead of it just being the Ryoshu and Dihui Star and Ryoshu and Rien show. You know what I mean? And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. He was just standing there. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. She has her weapon. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Wait, was that line about not being able to unsheath it? Was that about Kira and not Ryoshu? Really funny if true. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. So is it just going to be Dawn, Faust, and Ryoshu? Is that all I get here? Or are we going to Malkuth everyone in? Wayfarer! Yes, I've seen the Wayfarer, guys. When Callisto Honglu came out, I convened with my council and I was questioning who the blue people were in his Uptie story. And they were like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, no, I think it matters. You don't just stumble into the House of Spiders. Those people had to be important. And it is most likely the Wayfarer. The Wayfarers. Okay, we are going to Malkuth everyone in, except for Greggy Boy, because we hate him. Who are the bonus units? Is it just the ring? Gotta go all the way back here. We did us? Okay, it's the ring. So I'll equip Otis just because. That should be 120 right there. I do believe. 2020, 20, 40. Yeah, that'll be 120. YouTube is not responding. Why? YouTube is not receiving enough videos and making smooth streaming, the usual experience buffering. That's woke. You're making it up. You're making it up. That's woke and I hate you. Ring Pointillist. Pointillist? Pointillist. I have her egos equipped. You like my Otis egos? I'm not gonna level her up. I don't need her. I'm gonna level her up because I don't want to see that pop up every time. I'm kind of low on tickets. I'm not gonna level her up. La Mancha Land. Wait, did I have the right team loadout? I wasn't even paying attention. Oh well. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Thither? Tither. I hate her. Lethal Company. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who'll be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I'll get a voice down for him eventually. I gotta get a better read on his personality. Oh, I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Wasn't that did they ever mention who was taking W Corp's place? I thought it was like P Corp or something. I thought they said that P Corp was trying to take their place. Or did they just never specify? IDK, lol. IDK, lol. The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp had already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the centers of LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation... Should I give him the Christian voice? I understand. Field operations are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. No, he's too professional to be Christian. I can't do that. Who does he look like? Maruki Persona 5. I can't do a Maruki voice, though. don't even remember what he sounds like. I'm gonna keep doing Christian. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of LIMBUS Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Products? We have merch? Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that products part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on the task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring— oh my god. Oh my god, I hate allergies! I hate summer! He is referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert T. Corp's executive director. Hubert! I love Hubert. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information that she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk? Robo-Unk? Dude, I finally had like a good voice for Kira, and then she hit me with Robo-Unk and I already forgot it. Robo-Unk. Fuck, that's... I hate her. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door in the other one over there when she was popping out to go farm stuff, but... Farm? Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets? Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Oh, fuck. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what happened, Kira's head jerked from the side from a sudden punch by Alan? Ugh. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. She's not used to being punched, bro. She's got her tattoos normally and her chains and all that. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. So does the Wayfarer Society just like beat the shit out of each other? He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Oh, sorry, it's Wayfarer Company, not Society. They're literally lethal company, bro. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Ryoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. Poff. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted in blood. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. Alright, then I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senator Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Bleh. Okay, let's see what's in here. Oh. Is that a fucking whale? Why do they have that? Why do they have that? Why do they have a whale? Who killed a whale? I mean, it's a small whale. But who killed a whale? Who the fuck managed to kill a whale in the ring? What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? Dante, they're dead, you fucking idiot. Is this a wildlife? Is this a real animal? Guys, I know I don't have my memories, but is this a real animal? Are you fucking stupid? Oh my god. The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once. The goat killed the whale. What goat? Indigo Elder? Were they just like following him and then just fucking grabbed his killing? God, Limbus whales are so fucking cool, bro. Normal whales are okay too. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. I mean, going from the bright white corridor of Callisto to this room with normal lights, I can't imagine it would be that much worse in terms of brightness. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. Why is my game so quiet, bro? I like to hear the music, thank you. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! This place is nuts! That's the whale from 8 Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life, sure, it's different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with all... I can't, bro. She's about to say no diff, I swear. Man, seeing it in real life, sure, it's different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with the harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we encountered, though. Organisms of various sources could be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh! The Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Yeah, it's all dead. I don't know why I stopped like that. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The Eye of a Second Kindred. Of House Teeps? What is it doing here? Uh-oh. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale, was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. Oh god. The Valve Society only works with animals, and they made a blood fiend exhibit? Urgh. That's not good. It's a gallery of the school of Fauvism. Oh wait, yeah, Ryoko's a deep voice. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with the maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh, this guy's cool! Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence is kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. What animal is that? The voice that spoke to us carried an equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I hate allergies. Never get sick. So are they talking about Albina? I'm guessing? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right? Okay, so he's talking about Ryoshu. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right! Emile Benoit! And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing. Yeah, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim. The lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare, sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to try out Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to... Is it improbable they will allow us to return? That's a question. Where's your question mark? Fucker! Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu's the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no... Okay, is the stream still going? It is. It keeps yelling at me that, like, it's, like, dying. Hold on. What is my bitrate set to in OBS? I have a high bitrate. I don't know why my internet's shit in the bed tonight. What the hell is happening? I think my entire stream just like crashed and restarted. I don't know what's going on with my stream tonight. I don't know why it's so laggy. I apologize. My internet just keeps cutting out. It's so weird. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us time to get away. Why are we unsheathing the sword? Do we really need this? Just Malkuth ability, forehead. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Did I just see an eye in there, or am I like hallucinating? I swear I just saw an eye in there. Analog horror, Limbus Company, hyper-realistic eyes crying realistic blood, and says my full name and address, and then tears me through the screen, and then I become the gallery piece of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Okay, so it wasn't about Kira's weapon, it was about the Arayashiki. Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? Oh. If Ryoshu did not... I don't even know what mastering the relic entails, but if she didn't do it, that's a huge deal because every memory she has wasted, meaningless. The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shout. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm closing Discord. I'm closing Steam. I'm closing like literally anything that could be using internet on my PC to try to maintain. I have zero. What is happening? I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi tonight. This is really weird. It keeps dropping to like 0 in OBS. I keep getting errors. I don't know what's happening. The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash. Yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been experiments to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshishite, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales, why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allowed the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? And it says no data again. That's crazy. The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of an armor. Of a monster, what? I can read. Hi. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside! The attack from the Ego Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow... Shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of psyche can be controlled with subtle training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel! Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence, I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You don't just stand there, get over here now! But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You talk too much. Want to get cleaved in half again? If you pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete! All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Helen managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bull cut. Think you could still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that had managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have on my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I called out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Oh, I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. Rodian will be transported back to her body and she will be choking. That's fucked up, Dante. That's really messed up. Malkuth. Oh my god! Dog! 40 bleed for 3 bleed count! This place is nuts! On hit with a skill of like one moth color rogue. Is it rouge? I don't know. Yeah, what attack power for every 4 mold color inflicted 2 times per turn. First time is always but a single animal with every plus for art and ferrity of the beast's later top the previous specimen. So is this just what the Falvis do? They just keep amalgamating animals together? Well, like inspiration, final brushstroke. It's fucked up. Ugh. Coolio. Feral Falvist. Okay, so the birds are sinking. And the dogs are bleeding. I see. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Que interessante. So, yeah, like I said, I didn't read their fucking kits. I don't know what the fuck they do. The Thames Ring members. Now, I kind of figured they would have like a unique status or something for fighting the ring, but I guess not. Malkuth's Reign, Imperfect Ratification. Yeah, that's what it said in the fucking Canto 9 as well. Ugh. Oh shit, wait, Kira's there! I didn't even see her! LCE? Everything else is crossed out. Cool! Still has Violent Breaking Slam. Ooh! The middle style being crossed out. Cool. The middle grudge. That's cool. There's still middle techniques, so they're still listed as the middle, but they're crossed out because she's not in the middle. You know, I was about to say, when we get a Kira ID, it's gonna go crazy, but we already got one, and she's kind of mid. Dude, she has so much less HP now, too. Is the justification just that, like, she lost her tattoos? Cool if so. Cool if true. Oh! That was a good sound. See, Manager Dawn can still function without blood fiends. Who wins a single clash? Oh my god. She's so good. She's so good. Oh, why are you evil? What happened to you that turn? I was not paying attention. Oh, they're all staggering. See, I hit them hard this turn. Save some skill 2s for next turn. Some skill 3s. Ryoshu, I hit you and I want you to die. Bro, is Kira getting mad that we're getting hit? Really funny if so. Okay, that's scary. Honglu's already ready for enhanced skill 3? No, the enhanced is closing time. So why is he glowing? I don't care, honestly. Let the man glow. His skin is radiant. Let him glow. He's thriving. He's in his element. Oh, it's so nostalgic seeing that animation. Dude, it was such a pain trying to edit in the sound effects to that skill in my videos. Just because it's 4, like, quick hits. Or sorry, 5 very quick hits. So I would always need to make, like, 5 audio layers because the sound files would overlap each other. That shit was such a pain. But in the end, I don't regret. Oh, come on. Ryoshu, you're better than this. Ryoshu, you're better than this. Hit him with a violent breaking slam. Get him, Kira. Move! Move, bro! I'm trying to see that! Oh my god. Nah, bro, do it. Kill him. Fuck him up. Ryoshu, are you okay? She'll be fine. Okay, yeah. Next time we can just jump this motherfucker. How much corpus do you have? You have 19. So you should get attack weight on this, I think. Question mark, I think. Probably. Not that I really need it. I think Manager Dawn's kind of eating him up. He didn't get attack weight, whatever. He just casually did 300 damage anyway, it's fine. Oh! I've never gotten him to spawn in the thing. I don't know what makes him spawn in the thing. Cool. My, how he loved the flesh. She is so cool, bro. I love Albina. That's me when I see potato chip. I take a big bite. Yummy. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. That's his enhanced skill 3. But he didn't use closing time. He used Tipia's melody. Did he use closing time? Was I just not paying attention? No, because closing time is like the big, like the spikes come out of the ground. He didn't do that. Weird. Or maybe the attack just finished before you could do it. Oh yeah, because it was 4 unbreakable coins. That's the enhanced skill 3. That's right, that's right, that's right. I see! I see! Like, why even drag me into this if you're not going to trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. Self-destruct? Oh, same difference. That's what I'm saying. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Huh? Was anticipated? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Phobos won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Phobos beasts have endured as long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the original and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Phobos Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. Yeah, but now they know. Now they know something went down. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Puff. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is that the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. 'Twas seen by all indeed? Damn, I saw it too! Is it possessed or something? Kinda? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Yeah, bro. It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There is plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to Headquarters Research Facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. Bro, Chair, can you shut up? That won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. A facility? In the Spouse of Hiders? Pero donde? See, Manager Dawn's still viable in the year of our Lord without blood fades.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Relics and the sign.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by LIMBUS Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. I'm gonna be real, I didn't understand a single thing she just said. Are they trying to see if Sinclair being specifically in the corridor is what manifested Green Sinclair? Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who dragged him off earlier. Oh shit! And they were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along either to watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim. How long will the examination take? As Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means it should be finished in an hour from now, at least. At the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Aww. Araya's afraid of the clock. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you'll want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then. Wait. Okay, OBS fully disconnected there. I don't know what the fuck's happening. My Wi-Fi has been fine today. Weird. Manager! Cat on snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass! Not only is this matter now worth pointing fingers over, but Karan also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karan, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my bag now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karan forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karan peeled the snack beef sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave him polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute! I'm saving that for later! I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know! I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Berg! Kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that's toast been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that. Alright guys, stream's over for today. Thank you all for coming. And he pulled out Rodion's phone government. That's crazy, bro. The lines, like, okay, you know Kim Jong was like laughing and giggling and kicking his feet when he wrote that line. You know that. You fucking know that. People are complaining about Rodion being too similar to Roland. But what if I put the exact line in again? Oh my god, she's gonna say it. I'm gonna have to say it, bro. She's gonna say it. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. The lines on Virgilius' brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out with his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my tick-tocks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information so far has been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there are more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Did Sanson have a sign? No, the fuck, I mean, we couldn't really see. He had a mask on, but... Did he mention the sign? I don't remember. IDK. Wait, and then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpower future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rodian gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Cromer? Or Sanson dragging us into a story? Those could be it. Hey, that does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. I don't think she's afraid. I think she's fucking depressed that she's not special! This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever? Yeah? The precise... I've been getting to fridge mode to voice Marcel. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the science working may be equivalent to singularities or relics. I can't do it, bro. I lost his voice. I lost it. It's over. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which the hypothesis may be validated. I see. It's also the way that I'm sitting. I'm like full chud mode right now. I'm leaned back fully in my chair. And I got my neck at like a weird angle. Chud maxing. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think? So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case, but nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. They fucking tased him! Yeah, and, I had to fill out some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist within my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? That's not even a paradox. You ceased existing, and then he came and took your place. Dumbass! A paradox would seem, in such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future... Oh, fuck. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to their self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? The body of information that constitutes a certain future is scattered into grains. Okay, so because the future branches out so much, nothing can really be certain. Okay, okay. Whenever I voice Yi-Song and he does these stupidly long paragraphs, I always have to like look back. I always like, I never understood how like voice actors could voice in a game and then play the game when it comes out and like have a fresh experience. But I get it now. When you're like trying to voice something, you can't focus. Also, voice actors record like months in advance. Years even. So it's a bit different than me voicing Limbic Company Yi-Song. Not certainty, but a plausible interpretation. I just sit more in my bed. Here you go again. More of that nonsense only you lot can understand. Oh wait, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there. There's a misinput! You calm the fuck down! Some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever? Perhaps he could still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong. How did she say that? How did she say that? How did she say that? How did she say that, bro? That Mong technique quite effortlessly, too. That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He only had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? I used one for all? At 100%? My arm didn't break? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about this. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? That's Shin. I guess that flashy aura that makes your real tough's one part of it. There's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Yeah, secret finger techniques. Finger tricks they don't teach you in school. Technique gears, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader. What? Can he say that? Can he say that? Heathcliff, I don't think he can say that. That lay-hang prick and the nurse fathers we thought. Whole lot of them fingers, ain't they? Who is he even talking about? Black coney leader. I don't know what he's talking about. The notion seems to unravel. Why do you not mention Virgilius? Oh my god. The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. Thank you, Ishmael. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Merceau can do it. Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned how to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really. Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks! That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with that. I almost knocked something off my desk. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. I love her. I actually love her. Please join the LCE and become a recurring character. I beg of you. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as a reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. Depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. So, okay, I do like this because it's kind of been like a sticking point in PM fandom lately. That people have been like overhyping Shin and Mong. Even I do it. I overhype Shin and Mong. But can you really blame anyone considering the only times you've seen Shin and Mong have been big bastards that beat the fuck out of people? Demian, like, blasting Cromer's top half off. Lei Hang and Jiaqu, Zilu going back and forth with it. Like, Shin and Meng is really hyped up, but I'm glad that they're kind of, like, stopping and being like, well, no, it's not, like, the end-all be-all. And showing that Matthias was, like, actually right. He didn't need Shin or Meng, because his augmentation and pure man grit was enough to just, like, be a big burly bastard. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. Yes, teach us how to manifest it. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength at our current level. Is it not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. Team leader is Moses, right? It's not that Yuria character I keep hearing about. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yisong's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Yuria is the one who made Ezra her gear. Right, she's just the workshop person, right? Team leader is still Moses. Why must the self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. So when it gets you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come up with an extraordinary circumstance. Cool, good lore dump. Shame that, would have been useful. Hey, what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. The final boss this intervallo will be resurrected Bad End Kira with 7 rings of Mong on each of her blades. And her aura, Shin Evil. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. How far are you in the intervallo? This far. I'm only a few nodes in, because I keep yapping too much. Hello, real Heathcliff the Brokey. Vespa's responses always come dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders, and she murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Kind of funny that Gregor's not here. It's almost like he's some kind of the outcast or something. Everyone's getting all this information and he's not. Renketsuen. That's the unique status from the end of the Kanto 9, bro. From the Rien fights. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. That's crazy. She's just alive. Araya is alive. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assumed they asked whether it could be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal changes, but in the terminology of the laypeople like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. A thread? A twining thread? Something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself will be necessary. Just sliding the sprites around, bro. He just wave dashed. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sitters were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they had been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshi, and I have been checking where each back door leads. And Kira? The prisoner of war executive manager? You talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, sorry, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the rings corridor, and that was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Yes, back to Alan. Back to Alan. So we added Otis and Heathcliff to the party. Cool. Saru! The dog. Yeah, I still have the correct deployment order. I was not paying enough attention earlier, but now I am, and I'm aware. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold on a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Bina going through it, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. That wooden door had bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. Wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guards down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue lights. Guess that means we start with those? Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Is this her reaction to Saru dying? Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go! Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. Dude, for just a moment there, OBS said I had excellent connection, and then it immediately went back to a warning. This sucks. And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every sod walking here's dragging some animal along. Means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, when I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Is that Saru? Sorry, heard a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework fast. No, she just still had the deep voice even as a child. I should have finished my homework faster. Oh. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Bark. There's his workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. You can't just say that. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like when we experienced an H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu, so I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound-like companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. Oh! The first ever leash, looking back, might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shot myself in my room crying. You were not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And that's the dog sword. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade. A Tonto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every... That's so fucked up, actually! Wait, that's so much worse! Ew, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? Dude, Kira really feels like... You ever see those memes where it's like, I edited my OC into Invincible, can you tell? And it's like very obviously edited in. Or like, remember those old like My Hero Academia edits? Where it was like, stop! Katsuki Bakugo is not a monster! And people would like self-insert into MHA. That's how Kira feels in the situation. We have all the sinners coming together like, whoa, he killed your dog? That's a little... That's really cruel. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And then Kira's like, what? No way! That's totes fucked up, bro. El Robo-Unk. No. He didn't kill Saru. That Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, right nutter that psycho! Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you want to steer clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside of Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, that stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Oh, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for. Come on, just you're right there. You're so close, bro. Rattle. The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares. In the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of the ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's... Nothing else worth checking out around here anyway. I hate you, Dante. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. That's fucked up. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshishide! Callisto! Dude, he's my favorite nurse father. I love Callisto so much. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. She remembers! She remembers! Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshishide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring this taste doesn't mean Araya will. Wah. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, she doesn't remember, bro. Okay, if she remembered that quickly, I'd be a little upset. This is something that should take her a while to remember. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin. Hold on. The sensation and emotion from what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. That makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Okay, progress. Cool. Cool. Alright. Time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou had sealed the door earlier? Then how did these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both of our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. It's pretty funny. but imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the Sinner's replies this time. But it should be fine. It's not going to be fine. No, Kuf. And she's still here. Cool. Ugh. Oh my god, I get to hear this song again. Which is weird, because they had a unique song in the first encounter. But now it's just Callisto's theme again. Again, not that I'm complaining. I like the song. I also like that Kira gets very upset if you if you get hit. That's really funny. You gotta step it up, Manager Dawn. You're making me look bad. Oh my god, you're making me look bad. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to see. More of that, please. Ugh. Totally badass ass kicking. Top 3 skill name in the game. Struggling? This one will apply 5, and then this one will be enhanced. Cool. Yeah, that's never activating the enhanced skill 3. How do I make her go dog mode? That's not just her counter, is it? Reflected 3, Palette Vibrante. Use critique twice. Okay, so I do have the defense twice. But her skill 3 is there and I don't want to get rid of it. Fuck it, I don't care actually. Me when I don't care actually. Let's flood the chalice. Let's get some blood beasts going. Nice heads hits. Those are all really cool heads hits, Ryoshu. Thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Cool. That's what you like to see. That's why she's the GOAT. It's gotta stop, bro. I'm in reading mode still. Loki, what if I just leave it in reading mode? What if I just leave it in reading mode? I'm just gonna leave it in reading mode. I don't care enough. I'm in such an I don't care enough mood right now. This is totally me when I don't care enough. Oh my god. Nightmare skill rotation right here. Oh. Just offset it, yeah. I get assist defense, not that I think I'll need it. Bueno. You know, I'm conflicted on whether or not I want Ryoshu to remember Araya here. Is he just the biggest fraud of all time? Like, what is his problem, bro? I feel like remembering Araya should be a big moment for later down the line. But at the same time, like, if there's ever going to be another chance for Ryoshu to get development, it should be here, right? This is her follow-up Intervallo. Like, this should be her time. But it's way too early for her to remember Araya. Oh, I have closing time. And now that I have more ring members, I can actually get that skill.
나 선수를 벗어날 순 없다.
Yo, Kira's fucking it up. We've come so far from Ally Ji-chun. Ooh. He's so cool, bro. Kill him. Bro, Ji-chun was actually so dog shit in Kanto 7. She was so fucking bad. Oh, I actually have attack weight on this for once. Crazy. Hell yeah. Ugh. No, Ji-chun was so dog shit. Like, I actively wanted her to lose clashes. She was so bad. And she did do a good job of doing that. Then the few clashes I actually needed her to win, she wouldn't win! I hit her! With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell did those lot come in from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had... Wait. Weren't just the first wave. Had more slugs lugging in from the back. Okay. I completely misread that. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall. The one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she was going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it, like she'd just not locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall, like, 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Puff. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the middle. Tremors. Ring Nurse Father Ryoshu will be Tremor? Question mark? How much is Marcel again? $1,000! I don't got that kind of money. How many nodes is this? I do want to get this all done in one sitting, but I also want to make sure that I'll be able to. Do they take that? Wait, hold on, battle chapters. 12, I'm guessing? Because the last combat encounter is on node 12. Probably like 13 is probably like a story node after that. Hey, where's Gregor, by the way? I miss Gregor. Recommended level 60? Oh god. Good thing I leveled up.
설레는구려.
You all look like just enough EXP to level up. The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I spy to their half. Why did you keep saying that word, bro? I spy to their half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy bots, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch, too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah. Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. And that one, reinforced with steel, leads to V Corp backstreets where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. Wait, how do these back doors work? Like, is there just a random door frame in the middle of that park we went to earlier? Like, they're not stationed onto anything, are they? Like, seems to me I'll pace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take it as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep this secure path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything, or hence they simply seem too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gone considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of one of my clock hands. Are we in... Fuck, wait. Where were the lakes? Hold on, I'll remember. The lakes were in... U Corp? Say the Corp. I need to know. I need to know if I was right or not. This one connects to somewhere in the Great General Lake. I can't speak. You know what? I'm ending stream. This one connects somewhere in the General Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U... Yes! I was right! Welcome to U Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon and oh my fucking god. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Doth this signify, then, that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back in the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band had severely outweighed thy crime. Must thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Oh, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Aww. Heathcliff. Sweet! Then can I use them? We were regulars at that Moloch's place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about, all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why... But it's also true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you the anesthetic BC. Hex BC. Bowl cut. But bro, listen. Just like I said, it's not how you shorten these things. So now is she treating Kira like a surrogate daughter now? Is that the gimmick we're going for? For some reason, Ryosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. Aww. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Oh, so retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Aww. Dude, why is this intervallo like actually pretty well written so far? Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Huh. He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshishide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshishide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, that's what Yoshishide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized he never understood the things I really cared about. Even if his life depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Oh, I'm sorry. I drink more of my bev. Between the allergies and the voices I keep trying to do, my throat's getting fucked up something crazy. Suddenly one day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that changed thy perception of that man? That... I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. A clip? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going off to school, Dad, in that video. Oh my god, it was Araya. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I wanted to glimpse that fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshishide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy? You sure it was... Hold on. SCHO. No, it's not school. ACADEMYOF. Academy of what? Three-letter word. Subsidiary of the ring. Would it be fucked up to guess that this just says red? Because ring, blood, I don't know. Or maybe it's just art. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of... Okay, yeah, just art. Ha! Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? A school, Yoshishide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers can provide you with all the education you require. You will later find a unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshishide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshishide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshishide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? I'm not even going to try to do a Rhiannon voice. There's too many, grumbly, whispery men in this game, and they're destroying my throat. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose and all the purple prose tripped me up, bro. I was too focused on that. All the while making pink cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson, bright and white. Our lesson today will focus on corporeous techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, and the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporeous stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just the boring and shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? You mad because your daddy's a lame corporeist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff's just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids at that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early! Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. I'm sorry. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them with this many more times. That do good. That's my girl. Dad, where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. You're a member of the family, and that automatically gets written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Jesus Christ, Matthias! It's gotta stop, bro. He can't stop killing children. This man is so fucked up. Why the teacher? Oh my god. Huh? There you are, Yoshishide. Is class starting already? My indulgent little girl. I wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a little bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there are so many sniveling little brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? Oh! How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Sob. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshishide. I have eyed out another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshishide? I don't wanna go to another academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Puff. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he might take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. She thought they were going to get a Raya. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshi recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. Doing the thing again. Ryoshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once a Raya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. Oh my god! He wants a Raya to join the group chat, bro! But Catherine's existence, unlike Ari's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, I didn't know that Robo-Unc was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Bro, everything sucks. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details last. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Ricardo? Oh my god. Promised, ain't they? They found us. It will not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Faubus case. However, various evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are the same pack as the ones making regular incursions at the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of... And they're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Constantine and the bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Well, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders, too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, just do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we've concluded that this is the location. This location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Oh wait, that door leads to a zone under a syndicated Link's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Faubus began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Why is it... Whoa, my voice. Why is it using the OG versions of the CGs in the loading screens? That's weird. You think I could just do this and be fine? I can just spam win rate? Yeah, fuck it. Like, I don't dislike the nodes that are just regular combats. But, like, we've already fought these guys like 3 times already. They're not doing anything else, like, unique. Ooh. Bro, seriously? That sucks. Oh, that's right, you have the Clash Guard when you have your clothes on. What the fuck just happened? Wait, why did that do so much damage? Hold on, I gotta look at that skill. Where'd she get that flash power from? And why'd she reuse the coin like 3 times? Hold on. Wait, her sprite changed because she has reflection. Ooh. What does reflection do again? Turn on lose one stack. This effect expires. Gain Lamage next turn. So she was critique there because she didn't have reflection. Oh, okay, I get it now, I get it. Oh, okay, I see. That's a really strong counter skill, actually. Hold on. I fucks with that. I fucks with that heavy. That works for me. Or the idea, I did ask use counter twice when you don't have reflection, you get the mask on turn 4. Yeah. You have to use critique twice to get the mask. That's actually, I like critique. That's actually a very cool defense skill. I like that. I like that you can't just spam it either, and there's also like a bit of strategy to using it when the opponent has debuffs. It's way better than the Heisho's all just clicking guard turn 1 and then being buffed for 3 turns. And then they all click guard again. Rodian, you at least get a little bit of back and forth. And you can choose to save it when the target has more shit on them as well. I like that. Let's see, are you clashing? No, you're not. So even though you're not clashing, can I still use this? Oh, it's not even critique. Wait. You don't have reflection. The target does not have 3 types of negative effects, so it's not even going to activate. See, you can't even just spam it. You actually have to have debuffs from the target. In a focused encounter, you can spam it. But in an unfocused encounter, there's a little more strategy to it. Or not strategy, just timing. Point is, I like it. Okay, I like that one. That one's good. I like it. I like it and it's good. So next turn, you should get your enhanced skill. I think it just automatically equips, right? Replace one of your base skills with closing time. Yeah, okay. So I can use Tibia's Melody, and then next turn I get closing time. Cool. Look at me learning how my units work mid-battle. I'm so smart. And honestly, Manager Dawn is definitely holding her own. Maybe just because it's an unfocused encounter, I'm getting more blood feast from killing multiple people. But, like, she's by no means a liability. Everyone's doom posting, Blood Fiend's dead, Blood Fiend's dead. Like, no, you can still run Blood Fiends if you want. Ryoshi's gotta stop. What's going on, girl? Oh, these guys do some damage. Wait. They kinda hurt. But I kinda hurt more. So I have closing time now. Bueno. Oh my god, I have like every enhanced skill on the board. This is awesome. Well, I mean, barring some. I just didn't even get to stack up properly. Oh well. My, how we love the flesh. No attack weight because I suck and I'm a fat chud. Oh well. Bro, am I even gonna get to see my enhanced skill 3 on Callisto? Oh, they lived. I'll get to see it. Me when I lie? Me when I lie? Oh well.
이번에야말로 완성했어요. 마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한
Miseries. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathies. Okay, that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks who managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Makes my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. I'm so cooked, bro. I'm so cooked, it's over. Next up, the thumb corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the other doors in his basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That! In the Thumb's corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumb's members, and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit the whole time. Ha! She couldn't let go, bro. She was so ready to jump right back in. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling on to. You found one of her backup ticket horns. I marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. Will you guys do that? I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I'm noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though we didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate entity in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. I like this guy. He's interesting. He intrigues me. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More the ring, maybe? What? Where the fuck is this? What is this? Is this where we fought Gregor? Come on, then, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective. Some stumpy guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu respectively? Ah, fuck. It is where we fought Gregor. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager once this consultation's over. Oh, because we keep getting summoned. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? At any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're gonna be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right here where it happened, but your arm's stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face? My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way, for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Like he's just always really cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Interesting. She had the same kind of, like, deep freak out when Sancho appeared. And now that we're on, like, a similar topic, she's, like, locked in. I wonder what the intent behind it is. If it's just, like, info gathering, trying to be wary of threats, trying to get information she can use later down the line. The other day, it was like a week and a half ago, me and the council, we had a little discussion about Otis, where I realized I'm fucking fascinated by this character. And she intrigues me so much now. Every little action she takes, I'm looking at it with a magnifying glass. Trying to figure out what her true motives are, what she's ever really thinking, and how much of her glaze is genuine versus how much of it's just like kissing up to make herself look better. How she sees herself in comparison to her peers. It's so interesting to go through her lines with a fine-tooth comb. And it's moments like this that I talk about, that I'm talking about, that I'm like, what did she mean by that? What'd that mean? Otis is right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to reach a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began spiraling into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. Even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rockin' good start. But through our journey, I begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm, the weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Ho and High fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Song. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear will eat me up again. I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How'd you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta go on. Nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best to kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident recur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. That's something I never expected to hear from you. John Immortality. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglo. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valencina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it, But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I was thinking the same thing. I've talked too much. Does she not like Ezra? Or is Ezra the exception? Interesting. Interesting. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? No, she does. Okay. I figured as much, but it's just an interesting way of putting it. Haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean dropping eaves? That's the kind of thing I'd say when I'm purposely trying to be as nonsensical as possible, bro. Oh my god. Oh, forgive me for dropping my eaves. I was actually waiting for the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Oh well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud and the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? T.A. Temporary... ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb Nurse Father was most attached to? No? Duh. Duh? It's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. It's fucked up, I shouldn't be laughing. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till they died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was gonna totally swap sides. Really? That loud? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? It's you? Look, I think you might be training wrong, because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That's not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Also, look, Lucio! He's alive, see? Lucio content! Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshishide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know, and let me redirect that question towards you, Ryoshu. Hopefully, this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Well, ask me. Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clocks help to piece it back together. It's that one! The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit. I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. A fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pets from the Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, you're Your leg's bleeding a lot. Bzzzt. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages? For you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on them ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the... Okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom. Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking, stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. It's hilarious. Valentina would have been a model parent if she was employed still. Low key. She could have been the best one, but instead the best one is fucking Robo-Unk. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the... Oh god, I'm doing my heritage a disgrace. I should know this word. Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as the tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero with that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make... Wait, what was that? Hold on, you... A big thing with Odysseus is returning home, right? Could she not return to I Corp and K Corp? Is that where she homes? They make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Let's see, there must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Oh, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what will be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, we've been inside Cake. Oh yeah. We haven't been to I Corp though. We have not been to I Corp. I Corp could be where Otis is from. However, I surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others may say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed... Hold on, I completely The war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, not necessarily aimed at you. You may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M Corp's psychotherapy centers. M Corp. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Eerie mention! It's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. Nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... I guess you could say that he thought he was the dream ending. But instead he was the dream continuing. Memories. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't even know how to use Alan Gregor. I'm not gonna fucking deal with it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
나를 점찍었다니. 나만 차랜들을 뒤엎는다.
This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before LIMBUS Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" and I'd scuttle right up to them. But others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must have been... Hold on, are we... It just dawned on me this is a combat note. Is the ring about to storm this random office building? Must have been about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Ted manager? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you? Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys in the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? So you got an employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me, same old, well enough. Not like I got anywhere else to go, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm not surprised you found New York so I'm tired. New work so soon. You always were a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Okay, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Rusty commemorative coin? Look at me, asking how's life from a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anyone would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. It's none of that there. Yeah, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass on Exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by the bootstraps, now every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? Ha. Ha ha. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? Now, what do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellows Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks while we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's that bad. It's whatever anyone talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And heck, a Backstreet's kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. It's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Golly, I'm late. Thanks for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime. Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Can you do that in the office building? Moses, who had been quietly observing Gregor and his former co-worker, chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we're told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free from the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, you might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still live on. Just live on. And yet as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. Gregor development! Yay! Yay! It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Were you the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind to watch the door during these operations. So I stayed. And ring. Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be running around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just to see more Fulvis pouring in the corridor through a different back door. We must be trying to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. We can't just let them through, can we? Oh my god, Dante! Kill them all. Damn. Oh, thumb music again. I like thumb music. Why is Gregor a fixed member? This fight does not concern him at all. Whatever. Ooh! Good Kraken. Oy. My chair's being extra loud tonight. But I say that every night. Huge damage. Insane. Oh, let me look at the skill again. Okay, yeah. I had to make sure. It's such a good song, bro. Oh my god. Ooh, pop off, Kira. Get it. I'm halvesies now, but I still got it? Ooh. She's halvesies because she got cut in half. Not yet. Not yet.
아류탄초 경연이 찢겨라.
See, she still holds her own. She's still good.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I like how Kira. Whoa, Gregor, what are you doing? Gregor, what's going on? What's going on, bud? What's going on here? What the fuck happened to you? This unit's dog shit. Hold on, how does this work again? I should bleed 3 times on self. Okay, so I guard and you lose your bleed. Oh, but that's your skill 3. I want the heal. He's saying hit him with the big blast. We're gonna hit him with the counter. Doesn't have any negative effects though. Now I can do that. I can get the heal off skill 3. Okay. Fucking Gregor, bro. Fucking priest, bro. See its ass.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
경외감 속에 숨어.
Blow him up. Hell yeah.
전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Well, this is crazy. Faust still has her clothes on. These are the last enemies. Why does this only have 3 attack weight, bro? Oh. Does it need more corpus ingredient potency? That sucks. Oh well. Yeah, that works for me. What do I have on Gregor? Oh. Forgot I got that. Ooh.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼
Marvelous.
저희 영감이 이렇게 와주시는군요.
A beautiful work of art. Why do you have so much bleed potency? What the fuck just happened? How did he get to 59? Oh my god. He sucks, bro. He sucks. He's so bad. You know, blood fiends are dead in a ditch. They're so bad.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해
I mean, everyone's hyping up Rodian, but like, Mandragon's out damaging her still, so I don't know, bro. Dude, Faustbina did no damage? It's time for some uncomfortable conversations. What the fuck was that? Did he just come?
선원 집합.
Oh.
이번 작품에 대한 논의.
Yo, nice loading screen. Once we... oh, fucking hell. Once we dealt with the Falvis, who invaded the Thumb Nursefather's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes, and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks, topped with a bunch of whipped cream, Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down on does not make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before Sunday, but still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm talking alone because I need some exercise, that's all. Ah, this fucker again. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I'm out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other... Yeah, and, either Soradon or Kira Ishmael's not uptight, just their dialogues. They do mention that Kira and Sora did hang out a little bit. But, Sora is gone. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Well, yeah, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Pray tell, wherefore is that the middle of the thumb and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of orderless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the pinky and index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded through and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character, while the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing between them. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. I can read, I promise. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Glock. With every slash, this blade will be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think that neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But... Araya.exe? Now that you pieced it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash. Like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. Shut the fuck. I hate her so much. I love her so much. I had a vague idea of how it works. This is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. 4 power-up stages of ramp-up is crazy. I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute to this corridor. I got 1. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy uses it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather up in groups. She said, that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want STS. I'll silk until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard I left a mark on my arm. Here! Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just... Oh, dead ass? Oh. Delta, you saw that too, right? Ryoshi didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how that scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. What? I think this leads to a basement. Is this Index Yi Song's prescript dungeon? It emerged what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Is he okay? Whenever masked Unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. Masked Unk. So who are they? Oh, the Index. Signs of life. There are people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf, stable, and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check it out. Do you mind? Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescripts forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. So I don't think anyone mentioned... I don't think Hermes was mentioned by Rien. Or maybe he was. I don't remember. But point is, everything having to do with the prescript so far has been related to Greek gods. And Otis is Jane Grease. What do you know? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rienne's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? You sure about that? What'd that mean? You sure about that? Oh. Oh no. I didn't clock they would all have prescripts. Some of you may be aware of the prescription of the various means of these papers are the most commonplace, referred by many. There's how many forms we should take, follow the legal origin of the distinct entities behind each. Replace mysteries, pumps, and society, interesting! A modest blade. Honestly, we'll unload the note. Get avoid features for these directives, aid master, and immersion in place. Cool! I'm gonna kill them. To death. Why am I checking who they're targeting? Like, obviously it's gonna be fucking Yisong. I have to actually use my brain now. Why is Gregory still here? I want my Ishmael back. It's only neutral. He can win that clash.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Rodian, what the fuck are you doing?
짜증나게.
See what I tell you? He wins the. Oh, it's unbreakable. Uh oh. Okay, that one's gotta go. Scary. That's scary. I don't like that. Ugh. Okay, so I can actually counter you and get my critique. Oh! Wait, they added a little effect for when a skill's gonna change? Or is that just for her? Interesting. Cool. Okay, who leveled up? We gotta blow this guy off. Like, he needs to die, like yesterday. You can dogpile. You can clash. Where's Kira targeting? Okay. Ooh, I need another 6-speeder. You're gonna win that clash. Everyone else has to kill him. I want him dead. That should be enough, actually. You can die. You skill one instead. Good job. Who was the target? I didn't even check. I'm very good at this game.
이 정도쯤은
Oh, good job, Kira. I didn't get to use my counter! Fuck! This sucks! I mean, low-key, she's like really low on SP. I don't even know if I want to use the counter. Who's targeted? Oh. Does critique gain any boosts to coin power? 4 bleed sinking. Okay, because we're gonna set her up. We're gonna set her up. Bam. I'm a genius. I'm so smart and intelligent. Oh shit. Wait, no I'm not. Fuck, wait. Okay, okay. I can't have Yisong set her up. Yeah, I don't want her to fight that one though. Okay. Okay. Good. Wait, Dawn's faster. Or Dawn can clash that. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yisong, what the fuck? This is why I hate you.
잔인하게.
Good enough. I'll take it.
어디서는 예술.
Man, I'm really missing N-Corp Faust passive, bro. It was really good for SP ramping. Oh, nice. What is that? Don't do that. Thank you. Okay, Gregor is not allowed to clash. Ah, shit. They're so fast, bro! I have to clash. Actually, no, Ryoshi needs the SP. Have you met the white collar yet? These guys have white collars. Kira has a white collar. Oh, you know that. What do you have? Poise be button. I can do the funny counter. Okay, why is like everyone targeting this guy? Who else is targeting this guy? Callisto? That's fine. I am okay with this.
점 찍었네.
꿰뚫려라.
E-Song has gotta stop, bro. He's at negative 12. You can't be losing clashes to that.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
기가 튀.
Rodian, it's gotta stop. What's going on? Everyone's just throwing tonight, I guess. Not Falbina, though. She's on top. I mean, she has 0 SP, but, like,
왜냐면 예술.
she's killing it.
것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
I'm not gonna use closing time this turn. There's absolutely no reason to. I will have Rojun counter that. Never mind, she's too slow. Do that, do that. That should be enough, but just in case, I'll throw that in there. And everything else should be able to kill relatively easily. Oh my god, dude, the blue eye there, that goes crazy. Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? 2? Oh my god. Kill him. Blow him up. I don't care. Fucking do whatever, bro. I don't care anymore, bro.
감상은 어떤가요? 퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상
He's so tough, bro.
이렇게 와주시는군요.
경외감 속에 숨어. 형, 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Bueno. Now, I'm glad my internet issues seem to have fixed themselves. Why are you yellow? You're supposed to be blue. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of the other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dehui star. Come on. Not like I want to be Dehui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needed to raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. No, you don't get it. The scabbard has a Bluetooth emitter in it, and Araya is Bluetoothing memories into Dante's brain hole. Oh my god, I don't want to fight more index fucks. I left Gregory in there, god. It's whatever. It's not whatever, but it's whatever. How many more? 10. Okay, Falbina's the target. These fuckers just take forever to fight. Gotta pay attention to who's got a clash, who doesn't got a clash. You know what? I mean, I should take that. Then Honglu could take that. Or Rodian, I don't care. It's fucking one he is. If I lose any of these clashes, I'm gonna kill myself. Just win rate. No, because I'm gonna kill Yisong and then myself. No, because if I win rate, then the prescript target's gonna get hit and they're gonna get the prescript levels and they're gonna prescript evolve into their prescript forms. They all secretly have effloresced ego, bro. You don't understand. Kira, why are you wasting our skill 3s with no SP? Only an idiot would do that. Is she stupid? See, it's different when I do it because I roll heads and she doesn't. So I'm allowed to do it. Ugh. Oh, I never even realized he like rips out their heart and then cuts the veins with the sword. Dude, he's so fucking cool, bro. Oh my god. Not you! Not you either! Move! He's so fucking cool. Oh my god. Okay, Yisong's the target. Simply cannot let Yisong clash. It's that easy. Wait a minute. I can get my funny counter now. I want my goddamn funny counter. Give me my goddamn funny counter. There's simply no way that she lost that. Like, there's just like, how could she lose that? The blood fiends are washed, bro. Manager Don's ass.
구경 좀 해볼까?
Did that really not stagger? Oh my god. This team sucks actually, and I hate everyone on it. So that she's reflecting, and then next turn I can use another funny counter. Because everyone's got debuffs off the wazoo. I get it. I understand now.
점 찍었네.
Yeah, she's reflectioning. Honglu, it's gotta stop. They were at minus 18. I don't give a fuck if you're the target or not, bro. You're better than that.
비뚤어졌구려.
Good enough for me.
이 정도쯤은 브레이크 슬램!
9? Oh wait, 4 paralyzed. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's pretty good.
승리로 이끌.
Okay, so that's Rhodians. That skill scares me. Isolon can take this for free SP. That's favored. You can follow up behind. Who's the target, by the way? It's Honglu, that's fine. Honglu can... Fuck it, let Honglu follow in too. I don't care. I mean, there's no way that Gregor staggers this person. Hello, Unk. Win rate. Win rate, I'll make you eat Robo Unk's cooking. I mean, I'll eat his cooking. I bet it tastes lovely. Actually, it's probably putting, like, real human meat in there. Like, I've eaten at Arby's before, that would be fine. Hello, real Kira LCE. How are you doing? These fights are actually pretty fun once you get the ball rolling. The index fuckers, I mean. Pretty slow otherwise, but yeah, it's whatever. Oh god, it's whatever. My voice. That's a massive aura loss. I don't need aura. I'm above aura.
좀 긁혔어? 내가 공부력 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
Ooh, so now she's dog mode. Alright, so funny question. What the hell does dog mode do? Oh. That's pretty good. Is that permanent? Limbus Gamely fun? How queer! I think it's pretty fun. I enjoy it. I'm having a time. I'm having a time. I'm having a good time. Who's targeted? Wait, I literally don't care. Alright, I got closing time. This is pretty cut and dry.
감상은 어떤가요?
엎드리도록.
I don't know, like, everyone kept saying that Blood Fiends were dead, but Manager Dawn can definitely still hold her own. The rest of them are cooked, but like... I don't know. She's kinda killing it.
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
That dealt like no damage. This unit sucks. I probably didn't do the ramp up correctly. Oh well. It's closing
회전
time.
시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕.
항상
Did I not get any attack weight there? Did I just like forget to get my corpus ingredient? That can't be right.
저것들 전부 녹여서
I forgot that spawned in. That just low-key scared me. Oh, that was a misclick. That will kill. That should kill. And those three should be enough to kill.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 이제야 친해졌네요.
Bueno. One? Oh my god. Brother, this unit sucks! That's how a real unit works. Oh my god. She's so good. Oh my god, he's so good. Ring Rhodian outdone by true Ring Patriots and true Blood Fiend Patriots. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings, and dolls too. Though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the whole family to flee. They never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason. Never to return? I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo was singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. Parallels, Dante. Do you feel it? The chills? So this wasn't where he escaped to. Huh. The index nurse father, Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some divine miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. No, he fapooned himself. He's dead. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. It's the waves, bro. They sound lonely. You know, my screen protector on my phone, it's been cracked. Yeah, it's been cracked for like quite some time. But the other day, I like dropped it face down and it cracked like even worse. It's not like crazy. It's not like crazy broken. But now there's like a crack that goes along like the top half of my phone screen. And I keep thinking it's like a hair on my screen because of how it catches the light. It kind of sucks and I hate it. Sangria, it's the final stage. We're here! Gregory, get the fuck off my team. Like, actually just fuck off and never come back, Gregory. I love you, but I hate you. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Maybe her bedroom will do it. Great work! Now it leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Oh, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help us tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tock, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, you talking about this? Yup. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking? The reviews are glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaky from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, but sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. Bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. Araya.exe! So I want octopus sausages, oh my god, tamagoyaki, and why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? It's some fucking bacteria. Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay. Isn't it all the SSD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? That means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshi and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But for Ryoshi, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Glockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau, who realized that what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. In a mere moment, so, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to tell me what directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. So you're at the right address, lady. Sure you're at the right address, lady? I can speak. I'm Kira, Limbus Company. Robolunk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. and there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Oh. Oh my god, I'm getting sleepy again. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before we fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Favis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing? For once. My name is Rufo Yoshishide, the blade coveted by the five fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. And as a Dawson of I can't read anymore. Oh my god! As a Dawson of Fawbism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the Dawson's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a Dawson of the School of Fawbism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOHOM. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. Oh, I like that smile. Wolf smile, she got the fangs. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His over recovered from the house were more than tools of heart, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you will be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the severity with which you've scarred the walls and floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshishide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubbed itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions unto itself. Fawbism is a movement that is— oh my god. What do you mean? That is broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve? That means wild beast, by the way, for those of you who don't speak French. These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Don't call it that. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Oh, I gotta yawn. Oh. I never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art. Or not. I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. A mere keenness often entails mundanity, that you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes, and call that shell its hell's beauty. You could say it's some kind of hell scream. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Rears you ready to your scabbard. Pointillists, fauvists, supremacists, blau-raters, cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard of their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from others' movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. Ugh. Sorry, Rufo, we've been here all day. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain with a distinct lack of anything meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. But I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by this sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. Why is one of her eyes entirely blue and the other one not entirely blue? Sans Undertale, I, a Dawson of Le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Alright, let's kill her. Kill her dead. Dead and done and gone. Why are they assembled? Rufo and her gang, her gaggle of goons. This is a new one. They have the ego resource thing, so I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of them piling in. Terrorist gain 2 protection for every allied fall of a student ring. If the student used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection to allow SP starting from the next turn. Oh, man. Gain 2 fragile just to SP. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack. Why is this capitalized so weirdly? There's an ally student that rank half, so you take the attack instead. Stones return, excluding assist units. Turn end. Turns use critique. If an allied follows student on the rings to in this encounter, refills quickly with the same student unit. Okay, so they're gonna come back. Student that refilled the vacancy did this effect gains numberize defeated fragile off some down. Cool. There's 1 palette vibrante next turn. Centers that have walls color and touch hard. Intrinsic in the outer experience, the minimum of purpose, we follow the weekend blah blah. Pretentious artistic bullshit. Stagger, recover from stagger, all attack type of finish. Stagger become fatal. It's a fixed panic. Okay. So with panic reset SP to 20. At 70 HP, get a new pattern, remove all effects or this unit. Game life follows me in Le Masque de Loup and heal up to 40. Oh, that's cool. That's so awesome. I really love that she just heals to 45 SP. That's cool. There we go. Gosh, she's gonna be so fucking tanky and annoying to kill. This is gonna suck. Just evade.
찍었네.
엎드리도록.
합격점.
Uh-oh.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Faust, you can't be doing this. Kira, you can't be doing this. Hell yeah. Lust? Why are you already glowing, bro? It's not that deep. Calm down. Okay, they're rolling insanely high. That's fucked up. What does that last coin do? You get touchy hardy. Ooh, start targeting. That's also done. Oy, this sucks. Oy vey.
벗어날 순 없다.
Well, that makes things much harder.
짜증나게.
So I'm just chipping away at her buddies instead of actually hurting her. That sucks.
비뚤어져 끓여.
Come on, man. Kira, I need you to actually hit some fucking heads, bro. That doesn't even do any damage? Oh my god. Wait, we're so fucked.
예술적이네요.
Today's a notch call aesthetics. Oh my god. Is she critiquing literally everyone? Oh my god. It's hopeless, bro. Cause she touching my hearty, bro. Talk about the quick defense skills. Oh, okay. I see. Do you have touchy hardy? You don't. Who has touchy hardy? Is it just Ryoshu? Just Ryoshu, okay. Ugh.
짜증나게.
Oh my god, he's song her beats that ass. He's song her beats that ass. Bro, she gains like 30 SP on Clash win and then loses 2 on Clash lose? That's fucked up. Oh my god. Yoshi's at -6, you gotta lock in! Faust is at -9! Oh my god. Kira's not even clashing anything. This sucks. Man.
나 선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
I really miss having Encore Faust passive.
마지막으로 남은
Oh well, it is what it is. Falbina's cooler anyway.
40. 먹지.
At least we're finally getting some SP on the board. Faust, what is happening?
짜증나게. 남았어도 이 정도쯤은
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
I already have closing time, but like I don't want to use it right now. Oh god. She's at -13! No shit is gonna. Oh my god. I mean, would representation emitter proc for her? Like, do I get net SP off of this? I want Kira to clash with that. I need her to get SP.
마지막으로 남길 말은
따뜻해. 모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
He might get staggered.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, she didn't get staggered. Yeah, breakable didn't stagger. Cool, good.
어중간한 예술.
Good, 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 good. There we go.
이가 튀.
So Faust is still kind of suffering in terms of SP, but everyone else is pretty good now. Bueno. Oh fuck, who's touchy hardy? Faust is touchy hardy, Ryoshu's touchy hardy. Ooh, and she has fragile, so I can actually do some damage this turn. Which I will gladly do. Can I critique her critiques? Oh god, but she's gonna out critique me. I'm getting critique bogged, bro. But there's no way she's gonna outflip me. Holy oh, that's right, you're touchy hardy. And you're just actually fucked. That's crazy. You're cooked. I could use a blind obsession here to get some SP back on what's her name? Fucking Faust, but I don't know how worth that is. That's a big sink. Yo, Wingbeat would be really funny right here, actually. No, because she's if I hit her 70 HP. How much HP is that actually? Fuck it, Wingbeat's gonna go really funny right here. Let's see it. Is she enduring Lust or Pierce? I gotta check that.
짜증나게.
Mobbed.
나쁘지 않을지.
Critique mobbed. Come on, it's rolling a 21 when she flips tails, bro. What do I do about that? What the fuck?
상을 남은 친구이 되기를 바라는데
They need to stop doing that. It's so annoying when you stagger someone and then your turn just ends. Because now it's like my wing beat is wasted. She has 8 protection again. How do I get rid of her protection now? Win max be plus 15? Oy vey. Oh, for every negative effect on unit. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, she's just at 45 SP now. That's cool. I like this is. I don't like SP in focused encounters. I don't like this. Kira's dominating somehow. Good for her. It's actually pretty manageable. I was being dramatic. I can still wing beat. Do it.
찍었네.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
This is my first time ever getting Song or the Song showed. It sucks. That sucks. That actually just sucks because now Dawn is dead.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, she lived actually.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
기가 튀고.
What is up with the 5% today? They're
복을
scaring
구하고
me.
싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Yes! Funny wing beat moment!
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있으면
It's gonna do like no damage.
고기는 맛없으니까.
It was still pretty funny.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩. 임파스터.
Impasto. A thrill of inspiration. Can clash regardless of speed, pop almost one damage. Okay. I gotta start healing. Oh god. No, there's no way. Yeah, that works. I got defense power up, so that should be good. That should also be good. They really need to like adjust how skills are displayed, like the forecast is displayed. Because it's so ass when it says, oh, struggling, and you let it go, it's like, actually, it's pretty good. You're fine.
갑니다.
Honglu, what are we doing? What is up with the 5% here? Oh my god.
짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
What is happening? What is happening? Oh my goodness gracious. I need both of these heals ASAP, bro.
당신 청소하라.
자, 테디. 나를 따라해보는 거야. 짜잔.
Good.
임파스터.
Impasto. Oh god. Got your defensive skills. Crash guard. Crash guard. Five damage down and 5 paralyzed. Holy shit. Okay, who has pallet? You have pallet. You have pallet. And you have pallet. So this is our options when it comes to clashing. Body sack. Hopeless? Struggling. Of course, everyone that has high SP has fucking pallet, bro. Man, what does Era do again? Base attack skill, coins, counter skill, coins, do more skill damage, blah blah blah. I got an Era Heathcliff here. Okay, what the fuck does Era even do, bro? Plus green power, plus 1? Bro, Era sucks! Alright, well, I might just throw right here. Let's see what happens.
갑니다.
Yep. Cool. That's cool.
관람객분들께 더 이상의 주태를 보일 수 없지 않아. 이상.
That's cool. Love that. That's cool. Yeah, we were in a pretty alright spot, but now Don Quixote's at minus 20 SP, and I don't know how to recover from that, honestly. Cool, not a single thing's targeting Heathcliff, love that.
감상은 어떤가요?
I mean, like, honestly, what was I supposed to do about that? Like, genuinely, she was at minus 20, how do I recover from that at this point? It's all up to Callisto Lou. Hey, why is he at 30 HP, by the way? Hey, why is he, like, about to die, by the way? It's all up to the new Prince of La Mancha Land! Yikes. Damn. Damn.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
How is Kira not somehow died? I mean, she's low-key just like bleeding herself out, doing some chip damage.
시선으로 날 경멸하라. 짜릿하고
Oh god, I got fucking Ring Otis on the field. Alright, here's what she's on 1 speed, so here's what we do. Damage. Why are we clashing in different spots, guys? What's going on here? Hit as hard as possible.
감상은 어떤가요?
We just gotta do 100 damage, guys. Can we get 100 damage on the board? Is that possible?
당신이었군요.
Honglu, why? Do it, Ring Otis! Oh my gosh, she's useless.
나쁘지 않고. 저는 개인적으로
There we go.
가족이 되기엔 약하군.
I don't know how I feel about that fight. I feel like it had some cool stuff, but I mean, it's just the SP mechanics, bro. You can lose a clash so easily, it's just annoying.
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 3가지 제품.
Good memories.
비록 지금 제 작품이 인간의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Gah! See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the fall of a swing, at least, until you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Dawson raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the Dawson suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least your last words were going to be succinct. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger at the ring. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. You could tell how tired I am. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here. Her Gregor has a point. Her? The outcome of this battle would not have been changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We don't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, alongside with the clock. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive mad. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out to the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might. However, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to his room. The room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or 2 from the present before we can return. It's pretty long. Well, the first problem is that we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thank Rhodia. 3 days, thanks Rhodia, so let's... I didn't bring any snacks, It's not like we were about to walk into one of the upward branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. Puff. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? You deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oh, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerves will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this ruin. The Wolf Lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshishide and her OP sword is our best bet. Alright, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Araishiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memories. We're really getting somewhere. Thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. Alright, I mean, I know I said that I wanted it to take her a while to remember Araya, but that's a little... just kind of undid all the progress we made. I liked this intervallo, but that moment, I don't know how I feel about that. Next destination. Where are we going? Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding those doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Oh, wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call LIMBUS Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them up, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well on our performance metrics, and even if we didn't suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the Fallborn base, and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Alright, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. Guys, I'm so fucking tired, I'm sorry. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. When it's slowing down a tad, you're practically fumigating the whole room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up glasses. Gotta bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect the things that take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns housing him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis. I managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already? Yes, there are times when the test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You think Yoshishide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day. Unwind after work, though? And your verdict on our interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than my translator in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, I'll get right to it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. Pilot. Sure we got Pilot's name? Okay. 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she had fed to a seagull. Fire upon it! Dost thou say the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. Going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki. Or Araya's ego. Aww. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be capable of selecting which of Sin and Ryoshu's memories are to be erased at a cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. It's got like a cooldown timer. She can't use it whenever as long she can use it whenever as long as she gives the time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the source seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost wielding it. The fat ones go first. It's become clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Doc, we've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be there, in the pockets of the void of my heart, My one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, get back on the bus! Kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair gives a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Holoheim squeezed through to warn us about some things we should watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it'll bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it'll crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? Told them I had some stuff to help you with. They let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told him to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... right. The person in charge of that training is currently checking the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower at best includes in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Aww. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I'd appreciate if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshishide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. Call me Ryoshu, not Yoshishide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed to next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. What is an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp. So we are going there after all. N Corp? Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes with the discontent of N Corp, Merceau, who had probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flicked open his newspaper like usual and began reading it in the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, through Broom. And with that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another town. Back to the status quo, baby! Cool. I like that intervallo. I like it. I don't like that Araya is gone again. Just from Ryoshu's memory, I think that's kind of ass. But, because even if she wasn't, like, present, just the fact that she was starting to remember, and now it's just, okay, we're back to zero, I just don't know how I feel about that. I can get Merceau now.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경륜보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결정을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
The Bing Faubus student Merceau. Hell yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I want Pablo on my card, bro. Whatever. Alrighty then. That will be where we call it for tonight. Long stream, goddamn, 5 hours. So I guess I'll just see y'all in the next Intervallo. I might still do the Canto 9 review, because I do want to get my full thoughts out there still, but also I've had a lot. Wait, how many modules? I've had a lot going on lately and just haven't had the motivation to fucking work on writing out a whole review. I still gotta lock in though. Whatever. Alrighty. Well, I guess I'll see y'all eventually. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Bye bye. Bye bye.